Hey everybody, I'm back. Well, I guess we're starting, is what I ought to say. You know, it's kind of exciting having you guys here this early. I've only just started streaming this last week, and it's already great to see people hanging out, so thank you. However, I need to find a way to put the chat on one window. So I only have 2 monitors, so. So here we are. Wow, where to start? I actually got some good stuff done last time after we went off stream, so. Essentially, what I did was I gave myself until Friday to get the enemies attacking the player, because my hope was to put out a little combat demo where you just run around and kill spiders. It's not going to be that special this Friday. And so if I can get that done, I think that's a good micro goal. What do you think? Definitely. Okay, coffee's done. I'm just going to put some creamer in it and then be right back. But I'll give you a chair stream for a second. 1 sec. I'm back. My kitchen's literally right here. Welcome to the Ship Something by Friday Club. Yes. I love this club, actually. The thing is, it's a little nerve-wracking because I have to figure out how to package this project. I'm not going to do any retopology until I do that because, well, first of all, let's back up for a second. I put something else in the game, and it's this giant freaking city. And you may be asking, why are you doing that when Fayestory is medieval and Celtic? Well, that's because it is and it's not, right? So essentially what's going on here, you guys may remember in the thumbnail, actually. Am I packaging for mobile? Oh gosh, no. No, just PC right now. But in the thumbnail, it says Twilight Explorers, and I killed that project. Oh, it was called Hometown Hero. And it was about running around a town, sparring with NPCs, and rising through the ranks, right? And then upgrading your sword and things like that. And then I killed that project, and I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go for my dream of making Fayestory, which is like... This is very bad performance right now. Let me turn this. Oh, it's on low scalability. Sure, we'll do that. You can see how bad the performance is right now. There you go. Anyway. So, what is going on here is that Fayestory is actually taking place in both the modern world and in this medieval world. And so when I reintroduced Earth as like the spine for the narrative, sort of like Pokemon Legends ZA, sort of run around town and things like that, and then the ability to transport into this world of imagination, yeah, it's world partitioned. I only have a little region loaded too. I'll have to look into it. I don't know anything about optimization, so it's going to be a fun ride. Well, the idea is to emulate the things that I grew up on that I loved, like Code Lyoko and Code Lyoko, Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced, Dot Hack Sign, things like that, in which you transport into this world of imagination and then go back and forth, and the worlds affect each other. So that's essentially what I'm doing, and that's why you're seeing like Hometown Hero style like assets for towns, but they look more mature. And then you're seeing like Celtic, medieval grasslands and ruins, right? And so those are both in the same project now. But I did actually start over. Like, this is a completely different project from Hometown Hero. I brought a few of the assets over, but luckily not the same project. So, but no, I'm not packaging for mobile. That would be a nightmare. Okay, and this plays like dog water too, so it's something that I imagine I won't be able to package it properly until I solve some of these issues. So what I did last night was I switched out the run animation. My son and I are playing Pokemon Legends ZA, and I was so inspired by the city. I know that they're flat walls. Don't come at me. But I was inspired by the subtle character animations and just sort of like the friendly nature of it and the soft 3D look. And in playing that, I realized something. I really wanted my game to kind of feel like that. Like, imagine Pokemon Legends ZA, but you ran around with a sword and like fought. Not fight Pokemon, but like fight other people in like alleyways and things like that. Or you can transport to this other world where you run through grasslands and explore ruins and do research and fight enemies there and get embroiled in this larger story. So that's the idea. By the way, guys, this looks way better, but I've turned all the settings down to low scalability so I can actually run it. We're about to return to the other map in a second. I just wanted to show this off because it's quite nice. And oh hey, Furkan, welcome back, bro. How far back is my stream? I'm literally watching myself get coffee in the kitchen right now on Restream. So it seems like it's behind. I have a question about packaging. In Mega Jam has a modifier category that game has to be lower than 150 megabytes. How could you do that? Even starter map packages are bigger than that. That's a good question. I don't know. I'm actually just going to be learning about packaging today. I know how to package the project, but I get all these errors. And so I'm going to have to learn, how to overcome that. It's fairly current for you on Twitch. Okay, great. I don't even like Twitch, but I was doing YouTube and no one came by, so I figured I'd use Restream and do Twitch and YouTube at the same time. So here we do Windows, package projects. I imagine I have to do some other stuff too, so we're going to look up a tutorial. But for now, let's go back to the other map. Plugins can bloat packaged builds, so turning off plugins that you're not using will lower the build size. That's good to know, thank you. I don't have that many plugins, but the plugins that I do have, I believe I'm using. Also including engine content will increase the build size. Oh, geez. So here's the thing. I have a lot of asset packs in the project, and I'm going to go ahead and guess that those will also increase the size of the project. And I'm worried about that. Because that means that I'm going to have to take like a month or like a week or something cleaning up the project and optimizing it. And I really don't want to do that right now. My guess is that it only packages the assets that are in scenes or being used, right? Although I'm not sure. I think it's talking about default plugins. Oi, low scalability gets rid of my grass. Can't have that. Let's go back to medium. UE goes based on the reference viewer or folders you explicitly tell it to package, so you should be fine. Oh, great. Now here's another issue. I'm utilizing asset packs in place and not moving the assets that I put in the scene to like the project's folder. They're staying in the asset pack folder. So I still think that I'm gonna have like a bunch of stuff to do to fix this up. I hid the character's sword for now, but at least you can see it's working. Combat's pretty cool, but I was going to do a kill counter, but as you can see, when you collect the experience, the counter at the bottom just goes up infinitely, so. And it seems like we're having an issue where we don't face the enemy or reconnect with him if he moves. That's strange. See the irony? There are some marketplace assets that clears unused assets. No way. Wait a minute. That's a thing? I think I've heard of that once before. Hang on a second, let's find it. What's it called? Clear unused assets. That is pretty ironic. Unused assets filter for the content browser. That's cool. Clean project out of the box plugin. The problem comes in when you're referencing a plugin within a plugin and one doesn't load in time. Circular loading dependency nonsense, but if you're just dragging them into the scene, you're fine. I like how you approach game dev. Feels like we're learning together. Oh, good. I'm glad. You know, for the longest time, I didn't stream because I didn't feel like I knew enough. And I mean, I don't. Like, I know quite a bit now. As you can see, I've come a long way, but I'm still learning every day. And if it means that I'm being social and not isolating myself and we're hanging out and you're learning too, well then I'm proud of that approach. Thank you. Yeah, so this one looks interesting. Clean project. Delete unused assets in 2 clicks. I don't want to delete them. Maybe. Declutter your project, automatically identifying unreferenced assets and visualizing them. That's very cool. Configure rules tailored to your needs to determine which assets are used or not, and keep only what you need and discard the rest. I mean, can I avoid that last step? Fast check. Customizable parameters to ensure everything in your application is needed, stored safely during the cleanup. Review the unused assets in a custom pop-up window before making the final decision. Great, so you don't have to delete them. That's actually good. But I need to be careful about how much I spend right now because this is my job and I'm not bringing in any income right now, which sucks to say. I hate that feeling, but I'll just leave it there for now, for later. You know what too? It's good to like learn how to do it manually before you rely on a plugin too, right? So the reference viewer that's default in the engine is helpful for tracking down circular loading. The size map, oh, I love the size map. It looks like an Android defragmentation map or a fragmentation map. There he is. What's up, Matthew? I meant to send you a link, bro. I'm sorry. You know, I'm not used to you being online this early. Okay. Yeah, I'm probably going to need to make a branch for loading, but I have a problem. This new city asset pack has a demonstration map with the world partition, as you can see. And here's the issue. It's too big to push. And so I tried to go into my git ignore and ignore these certain files. And the problem is it didn't work. So I tried to push, I tried to git ignore, and then it says remote connection lost to the server in the middle of the push. So right now I'm not pushing at all. And that makes me kind of nervous. Don't use the size map to no circular loading, by the way, because it does not show that information. Many people think it does. Oh, that's interesting. You know, I could probably stash these changes. I don't know if they would disappear from my project, though. Yeah, they probably would. It's a bummer. Okay. Why don't we take it back to basics a little bit. There's my get ignore. By the way, I was watching YouTube, and there was well, okay, I'll talk about that later. I just said all that a few minutes before the stream. Do I have LFS enabled? I do not. LFS was such a pain to set up that I skipped it. For similar open world like levels, should I make anything special in particular? World partitioning, etc. I have no idea about that. Yeah, so what you would do is you go up to Window, and you would go to World Settings, I believe. Or is it? Anyway, you go to World Settings, and then you do, what is it? It's either Enable World Composition right here. But if you want to do World Partition, that's different. So it would be... Where's the World Partition Manager? I'm trying to remember. I mean, I have it open, but like, I'm trying to help you open it. Anyway, if you look up World Partition, follow just a quick tutorial. It's a few clicks. And then, oh, it's disabled for this map, that's why. So this is just a standard map, right? But the other one is World Partitioned, and this one likely will be at some point. However, what you do is you choose a segment that will be loaded in by default. And then as you explore the world, it auto loads in the rest. It level streams, right? The rest of them, the pieces in dynamically. So World Partition is what I'm using. I am not using World Composition. And I don't remember why, but I do recall after doing some research, I landed on World Partition because it was more about level streaming than World Composition. It's probably similar. Don't quote me on that. I don't recall, but I would recommend the World Partition Manager, to be honest, because then you're like loading the world in chunks as you walk around. So level streaming, right? Old and janky, yeah. I guess that sums it up. World Partition is old and janky. Or World Composition is old and janky version of World Partition. So that's why I use this. But as you can see, it's not actually enabled on this map. I should probably enable it, but not right now. This is my test level. So I have a little, well, those can go. Those are done. Get out of here. So here's what I have. I have a placeholder, like sort of town or whatever, with a little beach. It looks really stupid. This is all old, super old. And then I have I have this sort of like provincial over here, but I'm probably not keeping these assets. And then I have I'm testing like a spline river and some ruins and things like that. And then over here we have sort of like a little area that we're testing out with some fallen branches and some ruins and what have you up here as well. And then my favorite place is right here. This is my favorite spot in the map because I'm actually using the ruins and setting them up properly. So look at that. Obviously we don't have like the design set up to be you know, we're using medium quality settings is what I'm trying to say. So you can see shadows z-fighting and flickering and filling out, and the anti-aliasing is not perfect either. And by the way, this character is not final either. And I've hidden his sword. So when you fight an enemy, if you don't take out their barrier, then you'll notice that they actually regenerate it. But if you fight them to the point where their barrier breaks, and you take at least one heart from them, they don't regenerate at all. What's HISM? Are you talking about these? Yeah, they're on the ruins. I don't know what HISM is, but I think this allows me to create destruction on the ruins and cutouts dynamically, if I recall. I set it up like a long while ago, and also some of it came with the asset pack. So separate stones and you put them like masonry. Oh gosh, no. This I started designing the stones that way, but then when I realized it would be too much work and too much effort to make dynamic ruins that were always different, I looked for something like this, which would allow me to drag a shape in the HISM, I suppose, in the individual blueprint across the ruins, and it would dynamically cut out pieces of bricks. So technically, I suppose it's made up of individual bricks, but I don't actually recall. Let's look. Okay, so we have this here, and helper box, billboard, that's a good question. I'll have to toy with this some other time, but I don't want to get too distracted. But that is a pretty cool idea, if that's how it works. I think it is. As you can see here, I was doing some retargeting for that run animation and setting up the experience point system and putting it in down there and what have you. So we can close all that for now. All right, we can leave that open. Okay, let's get back to packaging. So the reason why I'm going to pull up sort of like a little guide is because I know that there are going to be a bunch of errors. Unfortunately. Packaging your project Unreal Engine. So if I'm not mistaken, we go up here and we go to, where is it? Platforms, Windows, Package Project. Build target is, oh yeah, I already set up build target Windows, and I did all of that in the settings when I previously followed this tutorial, so I think I'm good to package. But watch, I get a million errors. Your cat's being adorable. She hopped on the bed and is chasing down a toy she brought you. Are you sure it's not like a dead rat or something? Thank you, I'm glad you liked the stream. Alright, so let's select, oof. Do I want to put it in, maybe I'll just put it in, hold on. Are you supposed to package inside the folder? Or is this telling you, let's just give it a shot. I think this takes a while too. So while it's happening, I might show you, I might open Blender and show you the new character that I'm making and why I'm making it, so. I think this takes like 15 minutes or an hour, right? So that's probably not a good idea to package on stream. I don't know. I just work here. What I will say though is I hope it doesn't take a bunch of my RAM. And what happens is we'll look through this after it fails, because it's likely to fail. And even if it doesn't fail, I might want to optimize it, because if you guys are going to open this and run around as the character and smack a few spiders with a sword, you're not going to want it to run like garbage. So we have a lot of learning to do today, and we're going to take the next couple hours to look through the logs and figure out where it failed and what we can do, and Google some stuff. And if you want to know how to package your project and you're hanging out by the end of this, my hope is that we'll all know together. So her favorite toy, a fake mouse on a metal wire attached to a stick. That's awesome. It's funny how animals play to their nature even after they're domesticated. sometimes I'll go on these tangents about like philosophy or just something stupid. And I thought of setting up a separate camera to where it just like full screens me and I talk. And then I was thinking about clipping those for YouTube. UE Insights. Oh, you know what? I looked into it the other day, but I don't think I actually used it. Why not? Why don't we pull it up right now while we're waiting for this build? Telemetry capture and analysis suite that can capture events from your project at high data rates. Very cool. Lets you identify areas of data that might require optimization. That's very cool. Setting it up with the trace. You can choose from multiple workflow options that vary depending on your Unreal Engine build and operating system. There's a quick start guide. Launch a pre-build of Unreal Insights. Build from source. Oh, is this separate? Like a separate piece of software that attaches or runs inside of Unreal? Or is it just a tool built into the engine? Oh, that looks separate. Yeah. The trace recorder listens to port 1981 for incoming trace connections and records the live trace stream. The trace store stores the recorded traces as files in a folder. So it's basically like a log, right? It's capturing logs for you to look through. Let's see what the output looks like. Ooh, great. So it color codes the things that can be optimized, I believe. Separate application build using UE. It hooks into UE or an active UE game for a recorded game. That's cool. I like this. Okay, here's the trace store. I want to see the output. Ooh, look at that. Yeah, that's a lot to take in right now, but I'll keep it up. What is this? Why is the screen dim? Okay. We're going to pin that for later. All right, official packaging documentation. Yay, this is so exciting, right? Yeah, I've already set all this up. I recall doing this. Cooking content is a build operation that prepares game content so it can be run outside of the editor. It's performed as part of the packaging process, but can also be performed independently. Okay, great. So because I did not click on cook, it's not a problem. We're cooking anyway. Pack files and pack file chunking. Archive file format that Unreal uses to store cooked content. Okay. Pack yak. Cook by the book, the cookbook. The project's assets are cooked before packaging the project for the target platform. This process is slower and recommended for final build testing. Whoops, I should have done on the fly, huh? They're cooked at runtime. Oh, I didn't cook on the fly. All right, we already got some things going on here. Warnings and errors. Here we go. Oh boy, this is going to be an interesting day. There's like a million red errors. I've never packaged a project before. I've never packaged this one, and I'm a little nervous about getting it out by Friday at this rate. So, access none while trying to read property call function. Get ability system component. Try activate ability by graph. Hang on, this looks familiar to me. Activate ability. Why is it failing? That's actually successful. When I play the game. Yes, it is. Yes, this is my my deep dark secret of the project is that it's a hot mess, and it's like showing you guys a messy house, right? There's so many errors in this project. A runtime error, yes. I don't know why, but it's related to the BT task activate ability, which is part of the gameplay ability system. So why don't we look at that while it's cooking? I hope I'm not going to mess anything up. This is just activate ability. Hold on. Combat, behavior tree, AI. This is where it's located. It's this right here. And so when the enemy, oh, I know why it's yelling at me. Because for testing, I'm utilizing the player's ground combo 1, the 3-hit swing, for the enemy, who does not have that rig, does not have those animations. It's literally just a spider. And the reason why I did that was because I just needed them to utilize the damage system. But because we're applying damage a different way, with just where's it at? I'll show you where it's at. Okay, check it out. So the temporary enemy attack right here, when you overlap with the player, when the enemy overlaps with the player, because Steve told me I need to cheese it for the first week just so I can get the build out. Otherwise I would have done an actual spider animation and everything. When the enemy overlaps the player, it's called melee touch. It's just a sphere collision. We're getting the third person player's ASC. We are applying gameplay effect to self damage. And so we're doing that after a delay, and then we're also delaying before we start. So it gives the impression of the enemies attacking the player at a fair rate. This is absolutely placeholder. All that to say, this right here is being used. We're applying the damage directly, which means we can disconnect this combo for now and it'll probably stop yelling at us. But I don't want to break the build, so I'm not going to save yet. The behavior tree task? Yeah, sure. Here it is. We're getting the ASC for the enemy. We're trying to activate the ability by tag, and yes, that is using the player's combo 1, which it should not be. Here's the details panel. Ground combo 01 is the ability tag. And that's probably why it's broken, right? Because it's trying to find something that's not associated with the spider's animation blueprint or whatever, right? Or some aspect of the enemy. Yeah, so this is exactly what's breaking the thing. Is valid for the get ability. Oh, you mean just here? Sure, that's a good idea. Well, hold on, not there, because we know that the enemy's going to be valid, right? But oh, for the ASC, yeah. So we still need that, but let's route it through here. I think that's what you mean. So if the ability system component is valid, technically the ASC is valid for the enemy. But this tag is not related to the enemy. Well, the tag can be for anything, right? So I suppose that makes sense. Okay. If I save, is it going to break the build? Hopefully not. I almost feel like canceling the build now and starting it over. What do you guys think? Should we cancel the build and start it over? Let's see what else is in here. Runtime error. Static mesh component. That's for the modular character. On construct. Why would it yell at me for that? I actually have a valid blueprint for that. Kairos counter upgrade. Okay, yeah, that's infinitely climbing number every time I kill one enemy. Guys, I'm gonna stop this. It's okay. It's not like it was gonna successfully build anyway. Let's do this again. And we're gonna do it on the fly. See, we're learning. Where is that, by the way? Oh, it's here. Cook on the fly. Package for Windows. Let's give it another go. Isaiah, who's making No More Fathers, at one point, probably like 6 months ago, he packaged his project and he was like, everyone should do this. Everyone should know how to do this from the start of their project as soon as they have like something to like ship, right? And ship often and early is what I keep hearing. And I almost did it, and that's why I went through the tutorial for the entire system, and I didn't do it, but yeah. Oof. I think we need to clear these logs. We probably should have cleared the logs. I don't think these are fresh logs. Hang on. Let's see if we can clear the logs. How do I clear build logs package for Windows Unreal Engine 5? Right click on the logs and there's a, oh, are you kidding me? That's hilarious. That's hilarious. It's literally right there. Thank you. That's much easier than I was making it. I have a tendency to complicate things. Okay, let's take a look and see what's going on here. What's this? Failed to set completion port for job object, shader compile worker job group, the parameter is incorrect. Never heard that before. No gameplay queue notify paths were specified default game. Ability system globals. Fallback. That's just a warning though. Collision profile settings do not include an entry for the water body collision profile. You know what's funny about that? I think that has to do with an asset that I brought into the engine, which means from an asset pack that was not optimized. So whoever made that asset pack did not include, I don't know, maybe not, maybe it's my fault. So how long does building normally take? Let's keep ChatGPT open so we can ask these sorts of questions, unless you guys know. Well, the good news is, and I'm definitely going to speak too soon on this, is that we don't have a bunch of errors yet. Oh man, it takes like 10 to 30 minutes. First build 45 minutes for large projects. Things that drastically affect the time. Shader compilation. You guys can see this. CPU cores, disk speed, RAM. I have 64 gigs of RAM, so we're good. Yeah, we're only building for Windows, I think. At work, a project takes an hour. No way. And then if it's not done right, then you wasted several hours, right? Okay, we have another problem. And these are the things that you don't think about until you're actually shipping a project. We cannot click on the menu that says start the game. Like, I built a start menu, but clicking the button doesn't actually load the level. So even if it packages, you won't be able to play it. I'll have to repackage it again. And so what we need to do is go into the start menu, the main menu here, and make sure that this button is going to do something. Oh, that opens the level. Why didn't it work then? That's interesting. Let's give it a test while we're cooking. I can legitimately use the phrase "we're cooking," and it's not cringy. A print string saying to do. Why? I have Google Chat Spaces. I use tasks and everything for to-do lists. Actually, why don't I show that off? A lot of game devs will use Trello, right? But my Trello account just shut down because I haven't used it in so many years. I prefer Google Workspace. And I don't know. I just don't feel like I... at one point I made everything public, right? And then I kind of regretted it because I didn't stick to the plan, and the plan evolves so much. I don't know if you guys want a roadmap for Fayestory, but here's my my little setup for to-dos and stuff. Hack and Plan. I tried using Hack and Plan. I didn't like it. If it's a button that's not set up, at least I know the button isn't set up as a reminder. Ah, I gotcha. That's funny. That's actually a really good idea. So you can see here I have these different chat spaces on the left for different things that I want to do. For mechanics, I don't know why this dark mode is stuck on the screen. It looks really bad. This looks really bad. Why is it doing that? Matthew, I'm sorry, I have to remove Dark Reader for a minute. I can always go get it back. There we go. Looking normal again. Nice and blinding white. Anyway, I like this because it's pretty straightforward, and I feel like I don't really have to mess with anything. Anyway, that's what I use. And I can, of course, tie in like Google Docs and Sheets and Slides for planning. Let's check on our build. Editor hitch rate 2345 already exists. So, if I'm not mistaken, you can't successfully package if there are any errors at all, right? What about warnings? I imagine you can with warnings, but it's unwise. Why don't we look at this water body collision profile? Collision profile settings do not include an entry for the water body collision profile, which is required for water collision to function. Add entry to default engine.ini. That sounds like something I didn't do. It will with warnings, yeah, that's what I thought. Let's ask GPT how to solve this one. I really don't want to have to open a text file for default.ini. It's probably in here somewhere. Config default engine.ini. Hang on. Why can't I open this with wait, what? You can't open this in text editor? I really don't want to have to launch an entire software suite to edit a file, but okay, let's do it. I have a feeling this is going to be a bad idea. A glorified text editor. It says default engine. Under this section, engine collision profile. I don't even have that. I don't think. Update this with what I need to avoid the error. I'll just let GPT rewrite it. Yeah, you know, I tried opening with Notepad and it didn't show up even on the extended options. Very frustrating. See, look. Oh, now it shows up. That's... maybe I missed it. Game settings, collision profile. Okay, let's pop this in here. Maybe. Hopefully that... I don't think this is right, but okay. Worth a shot. We won't know until later when we try to package again, right? Whether or not that worked. We're basically telling it to ignore the collisions for... Are we? Hold on. Why isn't that built into the engine by default? It's very strange. You know what I should have done? I should have looked at what time it was when we started building. We can also go follow a different tutorial while it's cooking. One thing I really liked about Pokemon Legends ZA, there are a lot of things I don't like, right? And I won't really get into them now because it's highly contentious. But one thing I do really like, and Scarlet and Violet and Legends Arceus also had this, when you walk past an NPC, or there's an object in their face, or a sign, or a phone, the character's head will turn and look at it, and just feels a little more dynamic. And that's relatively easy to put in. Also, foot IKs. I want to do that. There's a checkbox in the project settings for iteratively, sorry, I can't talk, cooking, so it only cooks new change. Are you kidding me? Editor preferences or project settings? It has to be project settings. What am I doing in here? There's a checkbox. Oh, yeah, I already read that. Engine, cooker. Okay. Iterative cooking for builds launched from the editor. Iterative cooking for the platforms menu. We can enable both of those. Oh, it's in package settings. Wait, you mean the actual... in here somewhere? Where were those package settings? I think they were in here. Packaging, here we go. Project settings, packaging. There it is. Thank you. Yeah, so I just enabled both of those. I did it the unconventional way. Those are the ones you're referring to, right? Iteratively cooking builds launch from the editor and forward platforms the cooking content menu. Thank you, that's great. Great to know. They must have moved it. It used to be in the packaging. Oh, that's not it? It looked like it. It was there, but I found it by search prior to this. So as you can see here, oh, wait a minute. Oh. So I forgot about this. I'm only including one map in the package build. That's okay for now, but I will need to remember that later. That's kind of dumb that you have to indicate. Well, it's not that dumb, unless you have a bunch of maps, right, across your project. I don't really intend to, especially since we're going to have procedural content generation for a lot of things. Directories to never cook. I should have put the city pack in there. How's this doing? Alright, this ain't so bad. Knock on wood. I was expecting a lot more errors. Knock on wood. I'm not superstitious, but you can also specify a folder for maps and just put all the maps in there. Ah, that's a good idea too. Hey, you're pretty good at this. You know a lot of good tricks. Thank you. We'll use the text editor next time for that. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna I'm gonna open Blender and show you the character. Maybe. We'll see. I don't know how much I'm maxing out my RAM this week, but it feels like it's stressing pretty hard. I have 64 gigs of RAM and it still feels like yeah, this would have opened by now. Boy. Weird. I think all my RAM is going towards the cook, the build. Okay, here we go. That's a base mesh that I made. I haven't sculpted it yet or retopologized it. But what I'm going to be doing soon is retopologizing on stream after we get the build cooked and properly packaged, because then this character is going in the game in place of the other one. The proportions are much more like a Pokemon trainer with the thicker limbs and It's not chibi by any means, but it feels more friendly and less weird. Yeah. Unfortunately, this is the stage where the character's naked, but yeah. But as you can see, there are lots of different densities of the mesh because I created each of these parts separately. And so now I need to unify them. And so I've been doing a lot of learning on retopologizing, and I think it's going to be really easy to do. And I used to fear it, so I'm pretty excited about getting it done. You guys may have seen on Discord or something that I actually put real eyes here with pupils that I painted. And so I'll be doing, what is it called? Keys? Something keys to actually do facial expressions. That'll be exciting. We can close that for now. And then I can sculpt a bunch of cool clothing and stuff for the character. Okay. Maybe we should do the look at tutorial. Player look at NPC. Royal Skies. I love Royal Skies. He's like, so, you're trying to make your character look at an NPC, huh? Not a problem. You guys know this guy, right?
So, last time we learned how to make an NPC blueprint stare at the third-person character, but what if you wanted the player to stare at the NPC blueprint instead? Not a problem. To start, we'll go into the third-person character blueprint and make a new actor variable called NPC target, then create a simple system where...
A component? Is that what he said? Oh, variable.
NPC target, then...
Okay, let's do it. Why not just follow it while we're waiting?
Create a simple system where if we...
Make that an actor. I don't know if I ought to be developing while it's cooking, but I figured it's probably okay. Famous last words. Hey Arrow, good to see you, bro. How's the fan? I bet you've gotten no sleep with the baby, which is he's growing up, so you will sleep. Is that when Aiden started sleeping? We started getting sleep when he was 5? Yeah, like when our son was 3 or 4, right? 3 or 4, he started sleeping. So you got a couple years yet. Sorry, bro. Huh? Godspeed. Yeah. What's all this? These are a lot of not errors, but warnings. I'm okay with the warnings for now. We will learn and grow. We will learn as we grow, as I like to say. But for now, yeah. Taking a bath. That's good. Stinky baby, not good. Clean baby, good. Let's see here. Let's follow this tutorial for the look at NPC like we were doing.
Press the E key, then we feed the NPC into that.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Slow down, Mr. Royal Skies. E, sphere trace for objects. Oh, it's just a sphere trace? I already have an interactable.
variable. Awesome. Compile and save, and now in the third person ABP, we can actually use a lot of the same nodes from the original NPC ABP. The difference is we want to place them in between here before we go variable.
I may need to follow the other tutorial first where he makes the NPC look at the player. Because he's going a little faster and I would just be copying the nodes from the screen and not understanding. I mean, obviously we're using like the neck bone, right? Let's leave this up and come back to it and go to his other one. I mean, it's not a problem to have NPCs look at the player too. That'd be great. I'm also trying to fill the time because I have no idea how long it's going to take to cook this, and I don't want you guys to be bored out of your mind, so. Unreal Engine, NPC, look at player. Royal Skies. Looking at the player. There it is. The other problem too is that I don't think I really have the NPC set up yet.
So you just want to control where you're looking. Not a problem. Shadows to...
Let's see. How's life been treating you? Good. I would say, man, it's been a long time since someone asked me that. Thank you. I don't really know how to answer it. I mean, relatively good, I suppose. Been getting back in the church, and then also more family time and a lot of time in the gym and eating healthier since I lost my job. But definitely trying to have the accountability of the stream to put the time into game dev, because by the time I need to have a job or start making money, I want to have the foundation of the project set up really well. But I don't know what that's going to look like right now, so there's some anxiety around that. Let's see here.
The Games where I learned this from, definitely check this video out if you want the more full explanation. Alright, let's say you have a basic NPC character.
We need to have a basic NPC character to start, and I'm pretty sure I have one, but I don't know if it's set up properly. I guess now's a better time? No. Now's as good a time as any to figure out if we have an NPC. There it is. Everybody's getting laid off these days, apparently. Yes, they sure are. It's unfortunate. The film I worked on, I wouldn't say it flopped, but it made its money back, and that's not... I mean, that's about it. It didn't do amazing. But I told them that was going to happen, and no one listened to me, so... I wish them well. We're still cool and everything, but I think it was just time for me to move on to something else, something less stressful. And right now I'm in a place where I'm really enjoying waking up every day, working on the project and spending time with my family and, trying to get my health back and things like that. So it's a blessing in disguise, to be honest. So here's our NPC. The NPC is not even set up modularly, unfortunately. You know what I should do? I should do that first. Because there's no better way to waste time than to go off the rails and do something you weren't supposed to do, right? So why don't we try to mimic... Yeah, I love having time to do game dev as well. I'm surprised you have any time, bro. When my son was born, I didn't have any time to touch anything. For like 3 to 5 years, I didn't do any game dev at all. Okay, so we have the base mesh, and let's go ahead and add, I think these are all skeletal meshes, not static. Yeah, skeletal mesh for the hair, feet, legs, torso, arms, and helm. Helm? I would use the hair for that. This is a little messy. This is kind of outdated. Let's do it anyway. skeletal mesh, hair. Let's do it in, okay. Feet, legs, arms, torso. Let's do that. Feet, legs, arms, torso. I'm gonna have to set all this up a little bit differently once I have the new character because of where I'm splitting the... Because imagine for a second, your character has gloves and some of their arm shows, but that's still part of... Is that part of the hand or is that part of the arm mesh? It depends if they're wearing long sleeve versus short sleeve. And so I think the way that it's usually done is you would choose a spot maybe mid forearm where it would be the hand static mesh still, or would it be the not ankle, jeez, the hand's ankle, the wrist. You put a demo in Next Fest? That's great, bro. I did not see that. I'm so sorry. I didn't. To be honest with you, I forgot about Next Fest because I'm not participating. Otherwise, I would be supporting it right now, and I'm pretty sure it ended 2 days ago, so now I'm a little sad that I missed it. I really wanted to play your game, so. How did it do? Did you get any wish lists? Hopefully a bunch. I think you probably would have gotten 500 to 1,000. If you got more than that, that would be even better. But if I'm not mistaken, you didn't do a lot of marketing prior to that, right? Let's grab the player's construction script thing here. Did I call it? Did I call exactly how many you got? I know a little something about marketing. I'm trying at least. I've been learning a lot. In fact, indie game mode is supposed to be like exactly that, but I did not get the client that I was conversing with for the Green Ember game. Oh, okay. That's okay. You didn't get a lot, but I mean, it's a good boost, right? Now, the problem is you can only participate once, right? But you'll likely be on to the next game after this, is my guess. And I think you're okay with that. You kind of built it with the understanding that you would probably move on to another one, right? But I'm really proud of the fact that you did that. That's awesome, dude. Where's my construction script? There it is. Let's grab this. And we're going to do the same thing for the NPC. You want to release it before Next Fest happened? Wanted to? Oh, okay. Well, hey, that's even better then. That means that you got an extra boost that you didn't expect. Get weapon mesh, sheathed weapon. Yeah, we can give them that variable too. NPCs can have a sheathed weapon. But we don't have a helm, so let's make one real quick. All right. And now we will do... not that. This. We'll set the NPC up exactly the same way. That looks terrible. That we're setting up the player. Oh, geez. I think that's the right head. Why does it look so terrible? Let's just keep going, shall we? Ugh. Oh, it's the animation blueprint. No. Well, that's strange. We don't even have an animation asset in there. What on earth? That looks so funny. my goodness. You guys get ready to cringe, yeah? Oh, fixed it. It's always so funny to see animation blueprints. Well, I'm gonna say something extremely controversial, and bear with me because hopefully it'll make sense. No Man's Sky today released the Breach update, and they've been working on the game for 10 years. I think that my hot take is that I would prefer to exist inside of a game world longer than its financial run. And I think that more developers need to do what No Man's Sky, what Hello Games is doing with No Man's Sky. And so my desire is for Fayestory to be a forever game. A single player, forever game with an ever-expanding world, different stories that occur in that world, different mechanics and everything, and just like continue growing it. And I don't have any plans to stop working on Fayestory, and that's why I'm okay with taking my time. The reason why is because I have planned 50 years. Every 3 years, over the course of the rest of my life, I've planned expansions the size of entire games to attach to this or to like change the world in some way and to keep refreshing the marketing. And I know that I sound like a crazy person, but I have 15, 20 years of stories that I've been making and characters and stuff and lore, and there's just this entire world and things that I have plans to make. So I don't see any reason why I should move to a different project if I can do everything in the same project forever. The only problem is refreshing marketing, and I did face this issue with Hometown Hero. By the time I learned enough, I hated everything I did in that project. So I can foresee a situation where I bring other people on to work on the project and they're like, why did you set it up this way? We need to start over. That does concern me a bit. But if I do have to split it into separate games, it'll all take place in the same world. And kind of like, think about Pokemon Sword and Shield. They used all the innovations, the head turn look at the NPCs, the soft 3D style, the mechanics, the exact run animation, all these things. The same animations and models for the Pokemon. The world was just different. The mechanics were just different and built upon. And then you get to Scarlet and Violet, and you get to Legends Arceus and Legends ZA. And it's almost like they're the same game, just taking place in different regions. They're not drastically different games. And so I don't know why more developers don't do that. I think that's beautiful. I think it's wonderful. And I just think that we need more games where people exist in your world longer and feel proud of existing there, and they have a desire to. And you give them more of a desire to than just microtransactions and making money. I think that because we're inundated with so many games and free games, it's easy to hop from one to the other. And a lot of people, like for example, my son, he actually blazed through in 2 days. Yeah, more RuneScapes. RuneScape is a prime inspiration for Fayestory because you'll have the non-combat skills 1 to 99 and 120. Absolutely. 100%. And he blazed through Pokemon Legends ZA in 2 days. I'm taking my time. I'm doing all the side quests. Yeah, you should. You should, absolutely. I will die on this hill. Everyone says make small games. I have not been vocal about this, but I think that's a terrible idea. Not a terrible idea. I take that back. I don't want to say it's for everybody to do it the way I'm doing it. But what I will say is that I have a desire to see people continue building the worlds that they made. Continue realizing, the fiction that the lore that they're building around, and continue giving players a reason to stop, slow down, and appreciate the world that they created. I think there's something beautiful about that, and you don't get that with very many people. You have RuneScape, you have Warframe, you have Pokemon, you have yeah, exactly. And if you keep a day job, right, and you, like me, you have a desire to build a business around that day job, like for example, indie game mode is going to be the moneymaker, you can end up with games where people are so invested where it can be emotionally difficult to walk away from. Yes, I want to do that, but not in an evil way. I don't want to abuse marketing in psychology in a way that manipulates people's emotions, but ropes them in and gives them a desire to exist in this world of Adva. That's the world that Fayestory takes place in. And there are many secrets, and there are many things that you guys don't know about Adva that you won't know for 50 years until I reveal them. And that's intentional. But you'll slowly know a little bit at a time. And so I'm super excited about that, you know what I mean? What was I saying? Oh, yes. So because I know I'm not an idiot. I know that like I need money, right? I have to take care of my son, take care of my family. I have not a degree, but like 20 years of marketing experience, and I want to apply that to help indie game devs such as yourselves. Well, I'm building indie game mode, and that is a platform to prop up the little guy, to give free marketing, a free Steam style placement for you guys. Arrow knows this, his game is on there, but the website's being reworked right now. And then like take whoever has money, whoever wants real marketing plan and implementation, and make them a client, and then pay the bills that way, and then feed the money back into Fayestory. I want to see everyone succeed. I want to use my powers for good. I don't see any reason why I can't do that, and then tie it all back together into what I'm doing. So I think that would be really, really cool to see. A world that just always exists and you can always keep coming back to. That's my rant. I'm gonna have to rant another day and capture it for a clip. How do I do this? Enable animation. It is enabled. That's weird. I think the animation stops for RAM. Anyway, that's a super unpopular opinion. I get that. But I feel very strongly about it, and I do believe that there is a world in which we're reaching a time in history when you're going to see more RuneScapes. You're going to see more No Man's Skies because the corporate model is collapsing. I would love to help you with marketing, bro. I would absolutely love that. And my hope is that we see more indie devs like Digital Extremes with Warframe, for example, or hopefully my game studio with Fayestory create a Pokemon or Square Enix like Final Fantasy style world that is living and breathing, goes on forever and ever, and never stops, and you just keep adding to it and changing things and roping people into the story and adding little lore bits that they can get excited about, and like when's the next release and when's the next expansion and what have you. So it's almost like the MMO model, like Guild Wars 2 with the Janther Wilds or something gets added in, but with the single player game with some co-op or multiplayer elements in a single player game. Unheard of, except for maybe like No Man's Sky, right? One day I would like to see how they financially or viably do that with that model, and so that's what I want to emulate. Okay, I'm off my soapbox for now. Let me get this modular character put together. Is it feet or boots? Let me see. There we go. All right. Now we got an NPC who will be switched out soon again. Now, why did we create an NPC again? We created an NPC because we were going to do the NPC head look at tutorial. That's right. How's this doing? Wow, we're doing good, guys. Stardew Valley, Terraria, Minecraft. Yes, yes, absolutely. those are also inspirations for this model for me. I believe very strongly in this model. I think it's very difficult to do. I don't think it's for everybody, but I don't have any desire in making games outside of those. And RuneScape Dragon Wilds is another example. That peer-to-peer style co-op or competitive gameplay where you go into the other person's world, just like Minecraft, RuneScape Dragon Wilds does that as well. So I have zero desire to make any other game but Fayestory because there's so much that can be done in it. So does No Man's Sky though. Yes, exactly. That's the kind of multiplayer that I want. Meaningful multiplayer, not just an MMO for the sake of an MMO, but meaningful interactions with a living, breathing NPC world, and then allow your friends to come in and experience that world with you. I think that there's more value in that nowadays than there is in like an MMO, right? I have to be careful with statements like that. Let me not make broad sweeping statements. MMOs still have their value, but what do you do when you play an MMO? 99% of people play single player in an MMO. That's like going to a concert or a movie theater with millions of other people, and you're all looking at the screen, watching the same movie, and not interacting with each other. So it may as well be a single person experience, right? There are some psychological benefits to being there collectively or in community with other people, but if you're not interacting with them, and you're wasting like server resources to make an MMO, it feels untenable for some reason. You're prototyping an idea that would be made in the same philosophy, Phantasy Star Online type of co-op. See, I told you there would be more. It's so good to see other people feel that way about games. And normally I have to shut up about this because everyone's like, make small games or else you're going to fail. Well, not if you have a day job. If you understand that and part of this comes from being a parent. Arrow knows what I'm talking about. He has to pay the bills. When you realize that you have dependents and you have other lives that depend on you, you have to build a more sustainable model than just, I'm going to make this game make $1 million. I have to find ways to make money outside of this. But a beautiful thing starts to happen. When you gain clarity and understand that you have a vision for your life and like a message, you put it all together and you try to make connections between the things, like the game and the day job and the business model. And so with everything that I'm doing, from Fayestory to indie game mode to Soulstream, all of these efforts are all about awakening the stories within. That's my catchphrase, awaken the stories within. Because I want to help people awaken the story within them, or whatever you want to interpret that is. And then like do that with the NPCs and the characters in the game too. And so I think that is a really exciting opportunity to like tie all the strings together and make money. That's my hope, at least. Okay. So let's follow this look at NPC tutorial now that we have an NPC.
Blueprint, and you want it to look at you. So for this, we're gonna right-click, create a new ABP.
Do I have an animation blueprint for the NPC? I'm using the same animation blueprint for the NPC and the player. So technically, if I do this for the player or the NPC, it should work for both of them. Except for the fact that he created a variable for the target. That's interesting. This might be easier than I thought.
Whatever you want, and make sure your NPC blueprint is using the ABP. Then from the event blueprint update, drag out a cast to BP third person.
Oh, that's interesting. Let's open the animation blueprint. I don't know for you, but a lot of stories within are organic and co-op. Your friends did X and Y happen. You had a moment between the two of you. Yes. That's why I believe in the peer-to-peer gameplay. Because most of those stories will be things like, imagine when I was a kid, all right, I'm a millennial, I grew up in the 90s. That's exactly what playing games was like. You created stories. That's why I like sandbox games so much, or open world games. Is my music too loud, by the way? I hope not. Now that will extend as well to actual narrative, right? But I do believe that there's... The reason why RuneScape is an inspiration for Fayestory is because I want that sort of like hang out and mine rocks and craft it into things, and not like I don't know. There's something different about doing it in RuneScape versus other survival crafting games, right? It just feels more casual. And it's sort of like a forever game. You could spend, oh, I don't know, how long does it take to max out a RuneScape character? Months. If you're like me, it takes years because you just take your time and exist in that world and hang out. But having a variety of things to do is nice.
Character. From object, drag out a get.
Where is he at? Let me see where he's at.
Drag out a cast of BP,
Hang on.
and make sure your NPC blueprint is using the ABP. Then from the event blueprint update.
Okay, from the animation blueprint, the event graph.
Drag out a cast of BP third person.
On the update. Yeah, okay. I already have cast the third person character.
From object, drag out a get player character. Then from here, drag out a get mesh.
Get mesh, socket location. Okay. This might be pretty easy. Hang on. Get socket location.
And we want the NPC to look at our head.
Yep, look at the head.
And we'll promote the return variable like.
And then promote that to a variable. Is it really that easy? That'll be cool. Oh yeah, okay, I know that I have broken animations in here, that's fine for now. Transition states for jump and stuff are not working. I have to set up the jump. You can't jump in the game right now. You can, but it looks goofy because there's no animation. Just found out a mushroom grew in your bathroom next to the corner next to the shower wasn't sealed properly. That sounds horrible. Let the property owner know so they can just, wow. That's very interesting. You're almost 40, so you can relate. You remember very well playing games on SNES, N64, and GameCube with your friends. You still call them out on this so far. Yes. Awesome. I'm 37. I'm gonna be 38 in May. So yeah. Man, we're getting old. That's a little depressing. I don't want to think about it.
Like this, call it look coordinates, and drag everything.
Let's call this look chords. Look coordinates.
Together like so. Now in the anim graph, we're going to grab a look at node and
really? Animation graph. We already have our default slot. Well, that's weird. Oh, it's after the default slot. Let's put that there. Hang on. Look at. There it is. That's kind of cool.
You drag it in, it will look like this. Now,
local to component. Is this gonna work? Okay, it gives me the local to component, so we're good. Hey, that's pretty cool. I need that blueprint assist thing. I might even have it, but I'm so used to manually dragging nodes around.
from the look at node under skeletal control, we'll
look at skeletal control. Bone to modify head, right? That's what he's gonna say.
Set bone to modify the head.
Yep.
And under look location, under clamp, set it to something like 55 and interpolation to 99.
Look at clamp 55, interpolation 99. That way the character's head doesn't go backwards, like in Pokemon Sword or Scarlet and Violet. Do you guys know? Do you know that when Pokemon Scarlet and Violet came out and they had all these bugs where the character's head was twisting around 1,000 times and their arm was too, and it was really goofy? That's because they had to look at what I'm doing right now. But if you don't clamp it at 55 degrees, then the character's head can twist around like it's Exorcist or something. We're almost a month apart. Yeah. Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. All right. Now let's do the last part of this tutorial and see if we get the character's head looking at.
And finally, we'll want to expose the bind as a pin. Grab the look.
Whoa, 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 slow down. Expose the bind as a pin. Which one? Look at location. There we go.
Coordinate variable and connected.
Look coordinates need to be plugged in. Easy. Oh yeah, look at that. The character's head is down. I heard about this bug. That looks really funny. Ooh, that's bad. That shows my bad weight painting, actually. Look at the neck. Oh boy. Oh man. Don't look, it's embarrassing.
To look at location. You're done. The clamp
You're
at 55
done.
just keeps the head from rotating too far when we get behind the character. If you did not clamp it, the head would do creepy stuff like
Okay,
this.
look. Guys, does this look familiar from Scarlet and Violet? Watch, I'll show you.
The head would do creepy stuff
See, like,
like this. Maybe
see
you're
that?
into that kind of stuff, but I usually leave.
Watch this. Anyway, I'll show you later, but that's exactly what the character was doing in Scarlet and Violet.
Fantastic day, and I'll see you around.
You know what though? We didn't actually, the character's head is looking down, and I'm not sure why. Interpolation time 99. Look at target. I thought I already set that. Oh. Oh, whoa, look at that. What? What is going on? Oh boy. Oh, so it's working. Look at that. It's kind of working. First of all, that's awesome. Second of all, let's put an NPC in the level and see if they look at us. Looks so bad. Look at his neck. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hey, at least the head's not turning backwards like the other one. Okay, they're not looking at us. And we're looking up. One sec. Okay. See if you can get drinks. Grass. You love the grass? I love the grass. Oh no, what's happening? Something happened. I do recall seeing this bug where the character's head was just looking down. My hope is that we can solve that before we move on because... Okay, look, the character's looking up. And when I walk past the NPC, they don't look at each other. And why are we so small? I think I was doing testing on the capsule size. Ooh, getting beat up. Yeah. What we could do is follow the other tutorial that we avoided following because we have this NPC target that we're not using. Which is strange because we used like this look at node instead in this tutorial. And he seems to indicate that this one tutorial is a follow-up to the other one. See, look, we're looking around and then it like breaks. Like, what is going on? Oh, we're looking at our own head probably. That's hilarious. Look at Bona's head. Because we're getting the third person character. Yeah, that's why. Try to get pawn owner. I have an idea. Hang on. This tutorial was for the NPC anyway. And they're using the exact same blueprint. So it might be better if they use different NMBPs. Perhaps. Or maybe I can exclude self somehow. Maybe. Oof, I don't know. I might need to disconnect this for now. If is not player, maybe. No, that's player character. Cast to third, cast to NPC. Let's try that. However, I needed the third person character for the rest of this, so I'll have to plug that back in. Let's do this. Get the NPC's mesh, right? We still need to cast a third person character for the rest of everything else. But this may need to be a sequence. Okay. You can leave it on. Let's delete this. Let's remake it. Because I'm lazy. Player ref. Player referee. Just kidding. Let's see here. Need that player ref back in there. Okay, now we need a reference to the NPC player, and I guess I'm gonna have to do a variable, but then why cast? I suck at casting. So let's just, technically it would just be actor, right? I really suck at casting. I usually try to avoid it instead. My guess is that it's not actually going to find. Maybe it will. This is for the player ref. Oi. More? I'm good at breaking things, if you haven't noticed yet. Oh my goodness. Okay. I probably just should use my function library for this. Hang on. Oh man, now I'm really breaking it. Because now I need a reference to the enemy. This is a bad idea. Perhaps. Actually, the closest enemy thing was on the player, I think. Player ref. No, it's not. Closest enemy. Where is that at? Let's do... Oh no, we're getting lots of errors now. Guys, we broke it. That's super busted. It's probably because I'm working while I'm cooking. Okay, that's fine. Kairos counter's fine. That could be broken. Apply gameplay effect to self. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. But these... This is actively looking at what I'm messing with. Okay, so this is in the player character. That's what I thought. Player. There we go. Boom. Thank God for function libraries, right? Okay. So we're still getting this issue where hang on. Technically, this is always going to have the head issue if I'm using the same blueprint for the NPCs and the player. Unless I do like some kind of check. Maybe. Why did I get myself into this? Why do they keep looking down? Okay. Look at, we're setting the third person character. I kind of don't want to fix this right now. Isn't that horrible? Because I kind of painted myself into a corner. by reusing the blueprint. Maybe, I hate this, but maybe I need to go set up a separate anim BP for the NPC. I really didn't want to do that. It's probably not that big a deal. Well, kind of. Characters. Oh, I put that in the AI. Why did I do that? Okay, sure, whatever. We'll just do it here. Oh no, they're using the same skeleton, so it doesn't even matter if they use a different animation blueprint. Maybe. So we get, well, maybe it'll work because we're not going to get a player reference. We're going to get a third person character reference, or like a reference to in the wrong spot. A reference to the NPC is what I meant to say. NPC reference. Let's bypass this for a little while. The basic setup. Is falling. Velocity and direction. What coordinates? Direction. Another player reference, swap out NPC. Set their speed. Is falling. Weapon sheath. Okay. Get the velocity. There we go. Let's do a default slot. I hate having to set this up twice for everything. It would have been much more ideal that they use the same blueprint, but I suppose I should be okay with this because I'm going to have different blueprints anyway for different, like for example, adults, the kid player, male and female. I don't know if I'm just like tripling my work though. I may be. On update, not on update, bind. Nope, did that already. Look at target, head. What's this? All right. Oh, I hate this part. Let's do an idle. Movement. Sitting. Let's see, we need jump. Falling. Land. We're back in the movement. Movement to jump. Movement to idle. I think that's it. This is fun. This is sarcasm. Oy. This for later. The enemies will do the same thing as the player. They're going to sheath and unsheath their weapons. They're going to run around the same and things like that. Kind of like Dot Hack, where you have just a bunch of... It feels like an MMO, right? But it's not. It's all fake. It's simulated social. So ideally we'll have a bunch of characters running around, going about their daily business, fighting enemies, and you could trade with them and battle with them and befriend them and stuff. That'd be cool. Okay, next we're gonna do, what is it? greater than if the current velocity the vector length, if it's greater than 0, right, then we can transition into the movement. Why don't we just copy and paste this to save some time? If it's equal to 0, it should say less than or equal to. Nah, you can't go below 0. That's okay. Visible but ignored. True pose. Why? I don't care. There are a lot of things in game dev that I should care about that I don't, and then I end up regretting it later. Like when I'm packaging and all these errors pop up. I'll tell you what though, I did not expect to be sitting here doing this today. Fixed it. Maybe that's good enough for now. Oy. Okay, going back to the event graph, we now have a little setup for ourselves. So we get the NPC reference. And then we need to get cast a third-person character, get the function library, plug it in. It's going to give me a note, a warning. This may not work. So this is going to be the opposite of the other one, right? Oh, it's still doing it. So for the NPC, we're casting to the NPC. That's not a pawn owner though. This is a little dicey. One sec, guys. Okay. Now that we have a separate setup for the NPC, it may be worth it to refollow that tutorial. Man, why does it keep happening? That's frustrating. So their heads just go straight down on begin play. Lovely. Oh, jeez. Wait a minute. They're not even animating as I walk. There's something wrong. Animations enabled. Blueprints enabled. Well, that's very interesting. It seems like huh. Why did it fail to save? Guys, do we keep going offline? Or is it just online and it's showing offline? Let me know. Kind of wish I was making more progress right now. I probably shouldn't have gotten off on this tangent. Let's remove the head thing for now. Temporarily, of course. Why is it failing to save? This is bad, guys. I broke it. It doesn't tell you why, though. Thanks so much. It's probably because I'm using the same skeleton in 2 animation blueprints. That would be my guess. And that's probably why I can't move now. That's my theory, at least. Bruh. Base NPC failed to save. Huh. It's entirely unhelpful. This is probably exactly what's going on. I kind of want to delete it, but then I kind of don't. What if we disconnect this? Control Alt, see the log for details. Now we're getting a crap ton of errors. This is just wonderful. Yeah, pretty much. UE is catching fire. I'm attempting to package my project, but at first I had no errors, right? And I don't care about this error right now. I mean, I should, but I don't, because it's an easy fix, the Kairos counter. But now we're starting to get other errors that I have not looked at yet, because we were going off the rails a little bit. It also doesn't help that I was trying to modify the game while it's setting my computer on fire. Yeah, can't say I cooked without a little toasted edges. I think it's like burnt toast. Very accurate. So what I was doing was I was setting up a separate animation blueprint for the NPC, because we did this head look at, so the NPC and the player would look at each other when they pass by each other, but they're using the same skeleton. So I think it's freaking out for that reason. So I was like, hey, let's do a separate animation blueprint, but they're using the same skeleton, so it may not work. Yep, I know. I shouldn't be doing that, but also I chose the wrong time. Like, I literally named the stream, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and learn how to package my project, failing to remember that it takes like an hour. It's like watching paint dry. So I was like, why don't we do something else while we wait? And of course now it's spitting out the errors saying, hey, stop changing stuff. So I'm likely gonna have to start the build over off stream in a little while here. Yeah, I can't even save this. I think it's because they're using the same skeleton. I might have to delete the NMBP for the NPC. Man, that sucks. Because right now, I can't even get the character to walk right because the run animation and everything is broken, because I think what it's trying to do is utilize the same skeleton between two different characters, and it doesn't know what to do. And that only started happening when I created the second animation blueprint, even though it's not being used by the NPC. Maybe. You always package off stream doing something else on the side. Yeah. I'm learning my lesson today. I'm starting to smell a little bit of smoke coming from my computer, so. All jokes aside, yes, absolutely agree. So I took out this head pose, but it's still happening, so it may be happening independent, so I might just want to delete this for now and come back to this later. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll just cancel it. I at least have an output log for later. Good call. But more so than that, the issue is that I don't think this setup is going to work with two animation blueprints using the same skeleton. That may not be the issue, but I'm starting to think it is. And so even disconnecting this may not be helpful. See, the head just like swings around a bit and then goes straight down. Why are we sliding? Is the player character using? Yes, it is. What's going on? Let's go to this. ABPs are, they're such a pain. You know what though? I'm getting pretty good at them because I keep having to redo the freaking thing over and over again. Because I like torturing myself and redoing my character a million times. But to be honest with you, I'd rather have a good handle on this than keep having to look it up every time. Because it is a lot of work. And if you could just do it really quickly, that feels good, you know? Let's bypass the look at. Yeah, I was using the look at node, but I'm going to bypass it for a second and just see if I can get the character walking around again before I go back and try to fix it. Insert a target. Yeah, I had the head as the target. But here's the thing. With the head as the target... Wait. If that's self... Okay, watch this. I'll show you. Yeah. That's what's happening. But here's the weird part. Let me go back to the graph. I think it's actually on the NM graph. It was, at least. I took it out temporarily. One sec. Okay, so check it out. We'll just look at the NPC for a second. Bone to modify head. Look at coordinates. Look at location is being set up. I'll figure out exactly where, I can't remember. But it's set to... it's supposed to be set to head. Where did I set that up? Yeah. Socket location is head. Target mesh is the player. Ref. The clamps are 55, so it doesn't yeah, maybe that's the issue. So on the NPC, we have, we'll just play with the NPC first because I deleted it from the player on accident. We're getting the third person character. This isn't even technically probably getting the character because I suck at casting, and I'd much rather use my function library. We'll worry about that in a minute because obviously it matters. Tinker with the clamps, but you can't do this. I can't do it. Oh no. Yeah. Socket location is head. What you're doing here, you at the moment are looking at your own head. Yes, 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 that's the problem. But the reason that I think that's happening is because the NPC and the player are looking at the same bone, their own head, because they're using the same skeleton. So my hope was, hey, if I'm using the same skeleton on different animation blueprints, maybe it would treat them as a different vector location, for example, right? But for now, I'd like to see if I can get it working with the same skeleton. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to go and use a different skeleton for the NPC, and that would kind of suck. To re-import it and treat them as separate. So, socket location, lookout coordinates. That's gonna be the head's socket location, right? And then if we go to the animation graph, we say look at target head. So that should be correct. But you're looking at your own head, like you said. So is that because the skeleton is the same between both of them? It's probably because I don't have the actual... Hang on. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's just use the function library. I hate casting. Player, set the player ref. Use the BPI to set the look at target on overlap, so the characters don't try to look at player when it's 1,000 feet away. That's a good idea too. I was trying to use the camera as a test look at. It's a nice way to screw around and discover the node. Oh, that's a pretty good idea. Well, I've half committed to this one now, so let's see where it goes, and then I'll screenshot your chat here so I can keep it for later. Because, yeah, otherwise we're gonna need some sort of like... Well, the tutorial I was following, he was setting up an NPC target variable, right? So that he can have a trace, which is kind of what you're saying, to go that route, so that there's a range. Alright, so we have a legitimate player reference now, right? Thanks. Unfortunately, still looking at the ground. Let's walk through this. So we get a reference to the base NPC, but it's not a pawn owner. It's not like we can control it. So maybe we should just do like... Oh, I hate casting so much. I hate casting. I might set up a function library for the NPC, because I like cheating on getting this way easier. It's just been a while since I've casted. I never really need to use it normally. I mean, it is self, so maybe it's okay. Let's just... maybe it's fine. We're setting an NPC reference. We're setting the player reference. We're getting the player's mesh and their head socket. Setting the look at coordinates. And then continuing on. So the look at coordinates are for the player's head. And we're on the NPCs in MVP. So So technically this should be looking the proper way. But it does the weird jittery thing because it's trying to look at its own head. And I'm thinking my original thought may be correct, that it's because they're using the same skeleton. Man, this is gonna suck. I really don't want to have to do a separate NPC skeleton. But yeah, we're still sliding around like on the ground instead of like... Yeah, we're not even... No one's looking at anybody. At least the head's not down anymore. Oh, that's probably because I took off the... Yeah, we took off the NMBP. See, it's still happening. Bruh. Oy. It has to be the skeleton. What do you normally do? Do you normally have a separate skeleton for the NPCs, even if they're just a humanoid? I would prefer if they're using the same skeleton, but I just want to save some time. Maybe it's the alpha. Probably not. Maybe, because I mean, I kind of take that as like a blend too, right? Yeah, no. Wait, too. It's still gonna act up. This is the not fun part of game dev. Let's just keep it at 1, mess with the clamps. Now this is where the head spins around. Pokemon Scarlet style. Look at target. Let me type in not feet. Just kidding. Yeah. Yeah. Look at target is the head. But this is like, you know what? How does this know which skeleton it's pulling from? Is it pulling from its own skeleton? We don't want that. Why would you want to look at your own skeleton? It's ridiculous. Look at... Yeah, tell me about it. Name of bone to control. This is the main bone chain to modify from. Control Alt? What's that? Oh. Oh, that's sick. When did they add that? No way. That's kind of nice. What? Is that new for UE5? That's really cool. Thanks. Nice. Yeah, that's the version of the engine I'm in, so. Alright, so this look at is automatically choosing the player's, the NMBP skeleton. Like, what good is that if we want to look at another character, right? That's why you mentioned, I think, a target. Which is really strange, because this is assuming everything that you're going to look at is a person, but it's not. Oh, that's probably set up by this. NPC reference, get the mesh. Target the socket for the head, look at location is head. Additionally, I'm a little worried because the characters stopped moving. Like, the rest of the NMBP stopped working when I added the look at node. And then when I took it out and just went back to default slot, it also stopped. But the idle to movement, the velocity is changing. But we set velocity here after we do the look at. So it's being interrupted. Okay, let's go back to the main character, actually. Oh, that's probably why. That'll do it. Maybe. Nope. That's probably because we're switching references here. Player ref, third person. I'd rather just use a function library. Velocity. I don't trust my casting abilities. As the pawn owner, but still. You know what? I'm so glad that I wasted an hour breaking the character's head and walking abilities. And failed to cook a build, so. Oh my lord. Oh, this might be the issue here. Nope. Oh my goodness. This is so frustrating. It would probably be a good idea to read errors, right? Access none trying to read the play ref. I knew it. I knew it. I suck at casting. See? That doesn't make any sense. Why am I setting the player ref twice? Sloppy. I'm so sloppy. Oh, this is the NPC. Oh my gosh. I'm going in circles. Actually, that's... This one's still okay. It's this one I gotta work on. Player ref. Let's see if it said player ref. I think it did. Okay. I think we're good. Just disconnect that for now. Player character's sword. Plain sword. Oh, right. This is for the modularity. Set static mesh for the sword. Why would I thought I was using a skeletal mesh for that. Main hand weapon. Okay, well the sword's disabled right now anyway, so let's just unconnect that. Disconnect that. Either way, we cannot run around anymore. Yay. But we don't get errors, so that's an improvement. So, let's get back to why can we not run around. I think it might be wise to bypass this lookout system just for a minute to see if that's what broke it, because I'm pretty sure it is. Set our velocity. It's all working. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I didn't do anything else other than animation blueprint is set up properly as well. NPCs, wow, the NPC's looking way over there. That might be an improvement, to be honest with you. As dumb as that sounds. Bruh. So is our velocity not being set? It has to be the velocity that we broke, right? Set the player reference. And then do all this. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Yeah. Get player's velocity. Speed. What do I have speed and velocity for? Set the current velocity. Speed. When I said I'm getting pretty good at this, I might have been a little overconfident. As many times as I do this, I still hate the entire setup for velocity and all of that crap. So get the pawn owner, set the player reference. Get their velocity, but it would be 0 because it's not. Oh, hold on. Get the actor's velocity. That must be on tick. And then we're setting it. It's based on the actual controls. Let's take a look at another reference. Set velocity. Try to get the pawn owner. Get velocity from that. I mean, that's more direct, but it might also produce the same result. I don't know. Maybe. Calculate direction. Set test. Bruh. Yeah, I don't know how I broke it. I'm always breaking something. What a pain. The only thing I could think is to delete the NPC's animation blueprint. I mean, they're not even using it, but the fact that it's shared might be causing the issue. Everything else is set up properly. That's when all this broke. That's unfortunate. Nope. What on earth? She? My dog says, I don't care if you're streaming, pet me. Hey puppy. She got something in her fur. I got it. Hey puppy. Yeah, but like for real, when did I break this? This is crazy. The only other thing I did was set up the modular character for the NPC. Nope, that's not it. What else did I do? Get the player reference. Oh, we're still doing... Oh, never mind. Let's try to salvage this. Get the velocity without a reference. Bro, this literally makes no sense. The velocity. Get actor rotation. Okay, and then the speed, of course, as well. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to play with this off stream. That's frustrating. Animation, blueprint, spark bearer. Maybe I can ditch the changes from source control for a sec. I don't know how long that'll take. It's like 10,000 things in there. Well, I can't fix it right now. I don't know what I broke. I hate when that happens, and that's one of the reasons why I stopped streaming, because I get really anxious when I can't fix something on stream, and then I just look like an idiot, like trying to tinker with it forever. You're working on the side, not short of battling. It's okay. No, I just get a little self-conscious, but I wanted to stream for accountability, and now I'm just like, yeah, we are only human. It's unfortunate. But what I did was I ditched the animation blueprint changes just now from Git, and it still didn't work. So let me ditch the changes to the player character as well. And then oh no, not the blend space. I think I just ditched the blend space stuff too. Okay, whatever. Let's ditch the changes to the player blueprint. Someone told me the other day that game dev ain't about fun, it's about pushing through the crap. Yeah, amen to that. That is very true. Yeah, it's a lot when you're working alone. There's so many hurdles to jump over and to do it. It's like streaming is good for that, you know. Yeah. So what I did was I ditched the look at data, the entire idea. It's fun, but not a needed must-have feature. Yeah, definitely wanted it, but you're right. I basically just wasted the whole day. So here's what happened. I ditched the changes to the blueprint and the animation blueprint, and the character's still not moving around. So there's something else wrong. I don't remember what it was that I did, but something's definitely wrong, right? Enable animation. Animation blueprint is set up. Let's try a different animation blueprint. Okay, that one works. Alright, so it's the anim BP. Still. Oi. What's up, Nick? See? It's the animation blueprint. Lovely. But you know what? I just ditched the changes in Git, and it did not salvage the situation. So, well, that's weird. It didn't actually get rid of the changes. Try get pawn owner, third person character. I mean, I'd like to use the reference, but reference ought to be working. Yeah, it is still the old setup. Isn't that funny how it didn't actually get rid of it? Maybe I should close the engine and reopen it. Wait a minute. Why don't I just look at the other minute? Hold on. Let me look at a really old one. This one's using there's no casting. It's just saying try get pawn owner on it is valid. That sounds like a terrible idea. Let's check a different one. My old player character. This is the old one. We are setting a player reference. Yeah, I don't need to cast, right? Why am I casting? Man, that music is distracting. I think I'm gonna change the music, guys. There we go. So I was casting before and that one worked. But I mean, if you set the reference once on BP start, it's fine. Yeah, that's the only reason why I think I was casting. But you have it on update animation. That's every tick. Oh, right. Okay, I see what you're saying. I don't have any other code for the player though, so that's. No, it was on update animation before as well. That's so strange. On blueprint begin play though. Would it be construct? Okay, this is getting a little hairy. Set the player reference. Velocity is falling. Put this back how it was. Okay. Yeah, there's definitely still something wrong, I think. It's in the animation blueprint, we know that for sure. See, the player reference is not correct. Why am I terrible at casting? Fine, I won't cast. Might need to. I've always casted right there. I don't know, like maybe because like multiplayer games you're gonna need to check if the pawn owner is player one and stuff. I think I'm complicating this. Let me just open my other project. This should not be taking this long. Okay. Read the errors. Yeah, I probably should do that. They normally do, yeah. The thing is, it's telling me that my reference isn't, oh man, now there's a bunch of errors. See, the player reference is not correct. I think I need to cast. Maybe that's why. Player character, not third person character. Should be synonymous, but yeah, why would it not output it like a value? I am the pawn owner. The game mode is literally well, I normally, well, because like the pawn owner for this animation blueprint is self, right? So it's just like making sure it's getting the controlled player, right? Maybe this is where I need my function library. I always thought it had to be, oh yeah, now we don't need to cast. Oi, oi, oi. Bro. This is so stupid. This should not be happening right now. It's always the basics, the fundamentals, right? That continue to cause issues. Here's my other project. My old project. Okay. Here's the old project, Twilight or Hometown Hero Twilight Explorers. That one's working. So let's open up the animation blueprint and just look at it, because this is getting ridiculous now. I wish it weren't so heavy to just open a freaking second instance of the game without it like taking all your RAM. It's a lot of work. And the verdict is try get pawn owner, cast to the player. Wow, this is messy. Can you believe I used to do it this way? Oh my goodness. Why would I not promote that to a variable? This is so sloppy. It's really funny when you look back at your old work. Yeah, there's a million different setups, you're right. And then I'm casting again? Oh my goodness. I was such a noob, guys. I'm still a noob. I can't even set up an animation blueprint. And then I cast again? No way. Oh my goodness. And what is that hairstyle, bro? What is that hairstyle? Alright, oh, what was I doing here? What? Why would I put idle and run in the same? Oh my goodness. Why would I do that? Run speed is set to 100 inside of the movement, or the default. Mine's 0. Maybe that's all it is. That sounds... I thought the default was supposed to be 0 though. Speed. Probably not the situation. Yay, it's not working. Oh my gosh, bro. Player ref again, still. Why? Do we have 2 of the same? Yeah, I know, I just hate reading. I have 2 player refs, that's why. I'm using the wrong player ref. This one's literally nothing. Oh, I deleted the wrong one. Alright, whatever, I'll just delete both. I'm so stubborn, I'd rather figure it out without reading, and that's always the reason why I suck at this. Okay, we got a new player ref. We're gonna use it here. We're gonna use it here for the velocity and rotation. We're going to use it here for the speed. And we're going to use it for his falling. If you're scared of the red color, I suggest you change the color. It might be possible. You know what? If I make it blue, I'd probably want to use it all the time, right? That's really funny. I think you can change it. It's working! And that is why I need to go back and watch the entire Blueprint Communication 101 video, because I'm an idiot. Oh my gosh. And we still have the errors? Hang on a second. But these are correct, and it's working. Maybe those are old logs. How do we clear this one? There we go. Let's hit play again. Okay, so it's working, and if it yells at me, then... And it yells at me. Access none while trying to read player ref. But that player reference is actually working. And that's the only one. Oh, weird. Oh, that's interesting. Probably the get velocity is an old Yeah, I know. Compile has lots of warnings. Character movement, nav movement. Instead of it being like a generic actor, right? Oh, compile. Yeah, compile has warnings because I never set up the jump and the sitting animation and stuff. Okay, well this is interesting. So that's
first observation. What about this top?
Gemini just tried to talk to me. Okay, so this is falling, this is landing, this is jumping, land to movement. The best thing for me to do right now is to just disconnect all of this so we can get rid of the errors. So that we can compile and check if it's working. Oh, still? I can add those back later. Idle to movement. Okay, I actually just had this set up. I might have deleted it. So right here. That would be hang on. I don't need this anymore. So that'd be velocity. Hang on. What is it again? Why did I delete this? You know what? I'll just undo. Make sure I don't screw it up this time. There it is. You're working on the save system. Alright, bro. I'm glad that it's working now. That was awesome. Okay, I accidentally deleted that, so we're good now. So it should compile. I should have checked, actually. Okay, so at least... Yeah, that's strange. Current velocity... Okay, so this is compiling. Let me clear the log and make sure it's not old. Yeah, it's magic when something starts working. Oh, we're still getting all of the same errors, even though this player reference is correct. What on earth is going on? And the running animation is working. Let's take a look. Access none, trying to read player ref. Like everywhere. You think so? It has to be, because that's all correct. Let's save and try to restart. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Alright, let's try again.
I'm going.
Okay, be safe. Let me know when you're there.
I was listening if they pulled my name for Jonas Brothers tickets, but they didn't.
Oh gosh.
Do you want me to blow this candle out?
Yeah, please.
Those things go quick.
Yeah, they do.
You can have both of them. I don't want any.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll save one for dinner.
I'll be back.
Alright, let's open the demo level. This is sort of like just the level where we placed a scene for the start menu to like click into the game. It's a duplicate of the demo level. Okay. Now let's see if it yells at us. These are all okay. I don't care about those right now. Bro, there's no way. How is the reference returning none and it's still allowing me to run around? It's getting the velocity from what, nothing, and using it? That doesn't make any sense at all. Probably changed it from 0. You think that would actually cause that? I love the new run animation. Oh, that's so weird. It's still happening. Hit the velocity, set the velocity. Oh, the velocity is 0, yeah. Target is actor. That doesn't make any sense. I'm losing I'm losing reality here. That's all the same thing. So how do we have a legitimately... Hold on. Oh, should this be third-person character? I did try setting it to, crap. Okay, hold on. Third-person character? Third-person character. Is that my BP player character? Like, it defaults to that, right? Maybe. All the rest use third-person character. Oh, no, they didn't. Man, this is getting obnoxious. Yeah, I'm on Twitch as well. Yeah, because you told me that I should use Restream, I'm using Restream. I figured out how to set it up the other day. Okay, no errors, but will it return the same issue or not? Oh no, we're not moving again. Oh no. So you know what? casting to my player character was correct. Hello there, y'all. Y'all Lighthouse. I know you, but like I can never understand in my mind how to say that. Like, how is it supposed to be pronounced? All right, I fixed it again, but we still got all these errors. Okay, so we know that BP player character is what we're supposed to cast to. Try get pawn owner. Try get player controller. Yaw access. Oh, cool. Yeah. Y'all. What's up, y'all? Sorry, I don't know why I say it that way. And I don't know. I just keep seeing cowboy stuff lately, and I'm not a fan of... Oh, wait, I gotta be careful what I say, because I'm pretty sure I told you guys on the last stream that I don't like Westerns, and it turned into a big thing, so... Yaw axis. Yaw is up and down, right? Why? Yaw? Yeah, why? I don't know. Okay, so... Should I even bother with this right now? Like, should I spend all this time trying to fix this if it's working? The answer is obviously yes, right? But like, couldn't I be using my time on something else right now? Technically. And it's not going to affect my testing gameplay. Oh, what a pain. I hate solving error messages. Because this is the proper reference. Right? But for some reason, lighthouses rotate on the yaw axis. Oh, that's cool. Yaw is left and right. When you turn your head to the right, you look at something, you're primarily turning to the yaw axis. Oh, that's really cool. I like that. See, we were doing some look at stuff, but I broke it, so. Yeah, I'm not going to be messing with that again for now. We'll leave it down there. We're going to turn it red. Pitch is up and down. Y'all, okay, yeah. Roll is, you guessed it. Drum roll, please. Roll. Sideways, yeah. Okay, so we got a major problem here. This player reference is returning none, but it's actually working. Wait, I know how to solve this. Just plug it right in, even though it's literally the same thing. Just for testing. Let's see what happens. My old messy ways, right? Unless you're dealing with somebody that has no experience, then it's pan up and down, pan left and right, pan sideways. Yeah, I used to do that until I started doing 3D modeling. Guys, it's still happening. Even though we're using the direct... Hang on. Try get pawn owner's velocity. Let me try this once, and then we'll see what the heck is going on here. Will this get rid of the errors? Why would it just be because we're passing it through a reference? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, it's still happening. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's not. Whoa, that's weird. Hang on a sec. Try get pawn owner. Get movement, base actor, perhaps? I really don't want to have to cast again. Yeah, I should be doing is valid. Do you think that'll solve it? Probably not. It's so annoying that that would be a thing. If it is valid, otherwise do nothing. Let me just see. Because all of these work when I plug it right into try get pawn owner, but not after I cast. Yeah, sure. I get you. For sure, I mean. Let me clear the message log again. Let's see what happens. This is such a simple thing. Okay, so is falling is broken, but everything else is working. That's very interesting. So it's actually working when we don't cast, when we just plug it directly in, right? I don't need that anymore. Okay, check it out. When we don't cast, it works. Wait a minute, where is this supposed to go? Nowhere. Wait, I have an idea. Promote the pawn owner to a variable, perhaps. Let's try that. Okay. Pawn owner is already a variable. The function is just getting it. Yeah, I know. But it's like, why did I think I needed to cast? Because I'm a noob, probably. Let's see if velocity is broken again with this approach before we hook everything else up. Okay, it's not broken anymore. So I literally wasted an hour casting when I didn't need to. That's very frustrating. Yeah, I really hate casting. I'm terrible at it, and I always forget exactly how it works. That's why I made a blueprint function library for the player, so I could just get a reference to the player every time I need it. And, see, here's a problem. The reason why I might want to do exactly with the casting is because I need the player's movement. Maybe. Let's try it this way. It's pretty generic though. I doubt this will scale for multiplayer. I am supposed to be reworking this to work for multiplayer because I wanted to have that sort of RuneScape Dragon Wilds or Minecraft style peer-to-peer jump in, jump out. Oh no. So no matter what happens, if I turn it into a promoted variable, it doesn't work. That is really dumb. Okay. I guess we're not doing that then. Thank you. Yeah, I think the roll looks good as well. I like the new run animation. I was inspired by Pokemon Legends ZA, which I know you get attacked for mentioning the game at all. I have my gripes with it, probably not the same gripes as other people, but one thing that Pokemon Company does really well is animation, right? So like everything they do in animation is just like, I really enjoy the way they've done it. So okay, I'll test your theory in a second with the breakpoint. Just want to see something. Okay, yeah, that fixed it. Plugging it directly in fixes it. That's so strange. Because in the past, I only needed to try get pawn owner once, and the reason why I casted was so I could turn it into a variable to keep using over and over again, instead of having to like drag this around and duplicate it. So okay, you said try get pawn owner is giving me what? Add a breakpoint on the begin play. So you want me to go back and test the whole setup from before. I'll keep the other one, but yeah. So we casted to the player character, and then we said, wait, what? That's the old version. So let's do it the way that we had it for a second. Player reference, and then we're going to add a breakpoint here on begin play. What? It's not even firing off. It would have broke as it would have did the breakpoint. It would have done the breakpoint, excuse me, as soon as we started playing. So that's not even working. That's probably why it's not happening. So maybe we just cast here instead. That's hilarious, if true. That I wasted all this time on a begin play that I didn't need. Actually, this is the way it was originally set up, and I think that's why it all broke. Preview instance. Oh, got you. Okay. I see what you mean. Sorry, I missed that. I'll check in a sec. So is it fixed when I cast down here instead? Both streams? You're on both streams? Thank you, bro. Okay, so we have a player reference here. Let's try to plug it in directly and see if it breaks something. See if that casting is not working, and then I'll use a breakpoint. So we're gonna see if velocity breaks, okay? Please don't break. Whee! Are you serious? I think it's fixed, guys. Did we just fix it? Let's try plugging it in everywhere now. Player reference. Player reference here. Yeah, I think so. I've literally watched a million videos on casting and I still am terrible at it, so. Sorry to waste so much time, guys. Is falling. Okay, now that has that. Try to get pawn owner. I am such a noob. It works. Guys, it works. Oh my gosh. I'm so happy. The begin play route should work and will be more performant. Yes, I agree. But why did it not work? Should we explore that path or should we continue without it? I'm kind of curious, to be honest with you. Like, why did it work for this but not begin play, right? Will I lose sleep over it? I'm not sure. Debug preview is why I didn't hit the breakpoint. Wait, you're not supposed to be on preview instance? Are you supposed to be on no debug object selected or preview instance? Because it did not jump to the breakpoint as soon as I hit play. Debug preview is why you didn't hit the breakpoint. Interesting. I'm curious about something. When you're testing Pi, you have to set it to no debug object selected, so it auto attaches. Thank you. That's really good to know. But the preview instance is outside of. Okay. That's okay. That makes sense. Thank you. So let's actually bypass this for a second. I'm actually curious now. You guys think it's gonna break? Where was I? You can double click cables and it will make a reroute node. Yeah, I know. I know. I'm old school, yes. Okay, look. Base NPC 2. I'm not on the NPC. I'm sorry, what? What? What does it even mean? Something about the NPC. And why is the NPC all jacked up? That's because they're using the player's blueprint still. And we got rid of the leader pose? No, we didn't. Okay, NPC is fixed, but let's take off the player's and MVP and just let the player do it. That's still broke. Okay, so what is it trying to say? That's the one thing I don't understand about breakpoints. Like, yes, it broke here, but why? And it doesn't exactly tell you either. It's just, I think it's kind of like putting a print string for debugging, right? Like this is where the print string didn't fire off. Is that similar? Like the breakpoint says this is where we got and we could not get past here, right? It's not breaking, it's pausing the code when the node is reached. I thought it was only supposed to pause the code where it experienced an issue, like where the message log would say, boom, like this. That was how I thought breakpoints worked, yeah. See? Okay, so you're right. It pauses the code where you told it to pause the code. Oh, wait. I remember what to do. You're supposed to hover over these pins and see what it's asking for. Nope. It's so you can see what's going on or if it reaches the piece of code. Yeah. So this one is... Look at that. That's the problem, right? Unknown class, unknown. So you're supposed to hover over these pins in a break point and like say what's going on here. No debug data because it's not connected. Yeah. See, that's unknown too, which is why it's not working. Unknown class. Click on this. Cast node, and then hover over the pins. Oh, so it's going to give me different information then, huh? Let's try that. Try get pawn owner return value NPC. Why is it getting the NPC? Because the NPC is also using the same skeleton. That's the original issue I thought it was with the head turn, and that's probably why this broke too. Well, I mean, it's fine that you're sharing skeletons between characters, but we're casting the BP character. We should be casting to the player character. That's why. Oh, we are. That is player character. Why is it getting an NPC then? That's the weird thing, right? What you're seeing with unknown is a context thing because the tick is a separate context from gameplay. That makes sense. So this was looking for the NPC. That's fascinating. There's nothing in here that would... Owner is the actor that has the ABP. Uh-huh. But I disconnected the animation blueprint from the NPC so that they're not both using it. See? Now it's just an animation asset. But the player has it. Right there. And yet it's still looking for NPC. Maybe I should remove the NPCs from the world for a second. That sounds like a stupid idea, but we'll see. Oh, did it work? Because there's no NPCs to reference in the entire thing. Look at that, it's getting it. But not here. That's interesting. It's getting the character here, but then not converting it over. See that? Yeah, I'm underwater. That's wild. So, without NPCs in the scene who share the player's skeleton, it actually got the character. Pausing when the code node is reached, it has not executed yet. Okay, that's fair. Step. Okay. Okay, yeah, so it did get it. It did work, technically. Because I have no NPCs in the scene. Which is a problem. They share the same base class. Fight them noodles. Actually, I was gonna buy... Excuse me. I was gonna buy like a node wrangler sort of thing. Way less errors, yeah, thank you. Way less errors. In fact, we fixed all the errors, but now we purposely reintroduced them so that we could figure out why this cast isn't working. And it's because I think that the player and the NPCs share the same skeleton. So player character is... Well, that's really weird. Because technically they're two separate blueprints. Is the return value a pawn? Let's see. Type pawn from the try get pawn owner. So when it's getting the owner, it's not looking for an actor. It's existing on the actor as an instance. So it's just providing the actor that is existing on. So the NPC instance has the animation blueprint on it, so an animation blueprint instance is saying this is the instance I'm on. If you go into the NPC, instead of setting it to animation asset, set it to AVP to null. No, it's not set to animation asset, it's set to... Oh yeah, it is, but it's an idle. Yeah, I could do that. That's a good idea. At least then we can test and see if that goes away, right? That is clever thinking. Custom mode, maybe? So that there's nothing. And then you said try pawn from try get pawn owner. No, not animation mode. Oh, my bad. You actually said animation mode isn't setting it to null. Yeah. Try get owning pawn actor, casted character is all you need. I mentioned this before. Yeah, I did that, and then it gets casted character. Yeah, that's what I did. But like, it gets the NPC for some reason, even though the player is the... Change the animation mode to animation blueprint. There was no null that I saw. Oh, none. Thank you. Is that what you meant? Let's see if those are old logs. So what was happening, Green, was essentially I had some NPCs in the scene, and it actually got the NPCs instead of the player, which was really strange. So it's still getting none. And so we fixed it by connecting this right here. And I have this here because we're going to use that, but I wanted to see why it wasn't working to do the begin play thing, because it would be more performant than doing it on animation update. That's the only reason we're doing this thought experiment. Like, we got rid of all the errors by going like this and like this. And so you'll notice that now all the errors are gone. It's fixed. It's good. It's just not as performant or whatever. I should have cleared the log, but yeah, the errors are basically gone. See? Except for the sheathed weapon thingy. So the only reason why we're doing this is because I'd prefer to do it on begin play. To set the reference for the pawn owner. But yeah. For now, we are just testing this out. It's probably a waste of time, but I don't know. I've gone this far, I may as well figure out why it's screwed up so that it's a learning experience on references and stuff. So let's put that breakpoint back and see. So what it did was it actually got the character and everything just fine, but it still returned a null for the reference, which is weird, right? See, it got the character, but this did not. Player ref did not carry over. Yes, I already knew about breakpoints, but I didn't have a clue of how to use them. Like I used them briefly, and I was clearly using them wrong. So thank you. I really do appreciate it. Okay, so look, player ref. That's the player character. That's actually grabbing the. Oh wait, you said we got to step through it first. Looking at the wrong context, you don't look at the update because it hasn't executed yet. Yeah, that's why I clicked out of this. I remembered what you said. Let me put the game over there so I can keep stepping through it without it jumping up on the screen. So where are we now? I think I need a breakpoint somewhere else. Oops. Let's put the breakpoint here. I want to see if it's actually going to have the reference there. It still says unknown. Oh wait, I selected it and now it's showing that it's got it. See? It grabbed the player, and yet it's still returning that it's not correct. See? So access none, trying to read player ref for current velocity, even though it's showing the player character was grabbed just fine. So that's what's tripping me out. That doesn't make any sense at all. Begin play occurred. And then we stepped through this, we casted, which node is it saying it on? So we're setting the velocity, and we got the player velocity, and look, it passed the reference to the player ref as we use it again from up here, right? And so it's actually correct, it grabbed the player character. This is not saying access none while trying to reference, but that's what the log says. Which node? No, which node is the error saying it on? Oh, right. It's just this set current velocity right here. Player ref is reading none, access none, even though it's accessing the player character, so very odd. Just getting a Z index though. Maybe it's just Unreal tweaking out. Okay, let me think about this. I'm about to just go back to the way that works. Like, okay, when we say more performant, I know that doing things on tick is a terrible idea. But like, and especially for the player character, right? But is it really that bad? I mean, maybe. That looks like it's valid information. Maybe update is happening before begin play, when it shouldn't. Wait a minute. Why would that be the case? I've never known update to happen before begin play. Have you? I thought, I mean, begin play is the moment you hit play, right? So oh, I'm breaking things. How did I do that? I'm not even playing. Oh, I am playing. The window's over here, remember? On my other screen. Or no, it's not. Why is this read only? I'm not even playing. I think I just crashed the engine, guys. Yep. I crashed the engine. It wasn't even playing, and it was in read only mode as if it were playing, so. Oh, that's a good idea. Add it on the on both of them. But what if they fire off at the same time? I mean, hey, if all I did today was learn about how to diagnose issues a little bit better, I think that's a win for one day. And even though I'd rather have gotten the head turn thingy in and packaged the project, but unfortunately the project packaging I'm gonna have to do off stream. Because yeah, this ain't. There are too many errors on that front. So anyway, let's add a breakpoint to both of these, and yeah, one should. Oh, look, it's still doing it, guys. It's still read only. What is going on? I'm not even playing. What's happening here? That was weird. You can do that without hitting begin play? Without hitting play? That's kind of cool. Because the preview instance is running. Yeah, but I thought I turned that off. Looks like I need to set some coordinates for begin play, guys. I'm in the water. Alright, so preview instance needs to be turned off for sure, because that's ridiculous. Let's do our breakpoints. And you're right, they can't. Everything fires off one at a time, even if it seems like they're simultaneous, because computers work that way. Absolutely true. Animation is firing off before begin play, just like you had assumed. That's interesting. Why? Because it maybe because it like pre-compiles the animation before begin play, right? I mean, that makes sense, but that's annoying. And so what does that mean? Does that mean that we literally cannot set the reference on begin play even though we want to? Or maybe we put a delay on the animation thing? I don't know. No. Because then everything else doesn't get set up until after. What if it's like 1 second? Right? 0.2 seconds maybe? I'm curious. No, it's still happening first. That's weird. I might just go with the original method. This is not worth. Is it worth doing? Because like, what are we doing? We're technically we're checking the reference every frame, but are we also setting the reference every frame? We only set it once though, I think. So how bad is it really? Yeah, let's try that. It's not a bad idea either. You could add an is valid check on update, and that's safe and performant. If what's valid? The pawn owner? Or something else maybe? Is valid for the player ref. Yeah. I mean, same thing as this, but yeah. Except for the fact that it steps through it differently, so. Let's test play over here. Hang on, did we just solve it? Let me go to my other map so I don't have to worry about the... Because actually, no, we're not loading the player in until... Or not on that screen, so... Guys, y'all did it. Literally, y'all. I think the is valid is exactly what was going on. That is something that I've never heard of before. That's very interesting. Let me just turn these breakpoints off and test one more time. That's so interesting. So it's a race then that we needed to like avoid. That's certainly new to me. All errors are gone. Thank you. Hooray. So let's actually change this to set up player reference, and then we can get rid of this. Thanks so much. That was great thinking, putting a is valid there. I will have to remember that for now on. Anyway, all of that. Should we try the look at thing again, or should we leave it alone? Because we're still going to face the issue of the head looking at itself. It's probably a waste of time right now, but I really wanted it. I can do it later. I can do it offline. I can't believe my clock is wrong. It says it's 6 p.m., but it's not. No, you weren't annoying at all. You were very helpful, and I appreciate it. This is what I love about streaming. I'm starting to like come alive to this idea of just kind of, I don't know, hanging out, and because I'm so used to just being isolated, and just hanging out just feels good to talk to people, and you guys might have an idea about how to fix something. Not that, you know, you're required to do that, but it's kind of cool. Like, I would have been stuck all night on that because I never heard of the is valid being used to solve a race check between two different functions that fire off in quick succession. That's stuff that I would have to Google and probably see, because there are things you know, and there are things you don't know, and then there are things you know you don't know, and things you don't know you don't know. And that was one of the things I didn't know I didn't know. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. Anyway. You know what's really weird? Not getting errors when I hit escape. is the sword on the back? No, it's not. Okay. Alright, so it's a meme I've run into where a tower of cards is built on a few is valid checks. That's hilarious. That's weird. That's in the right slot. Oh, now I know why I hid the sword, because it was still showing on the ground even though it was in the right slot. Whatever. I don't care about that right now. It's polished. See? It's going... He's being impaled by a sword. Oh my gosh. I will solve that later. I think I'm gonna have two separate NMBPs. One for combat, when you're in combat, so that the player's movement is different, and so that his running is different when he has the sword out to his side. And then one when you're not in combat, where it's sheathed on his back and he's just kind of jogging around, right, like this. So yeah, okay, that was fun. We learned something, and now I suppose I probably should not try cooking again. Let's try loading this monstrously large level because I hate my graphics card while I'm on stream. Okay. I need to nuke this default demo level, take just the ground tiles of a certain area, and start building out my own town. Because this one's great and all, but it's not exactly what I'm going for. It's a good start, especially with the buildings. Like, that's what I want them to look like right here. Especially this building. Here's the new character. He's naked, yes, I know, but it's just a base mesh. And the eyes, it's not UV unwrapped or retopologized, so that's why the eyes aren't showing properly, and I threw it in there for reference, but yeah. Is valid checks, I like that. Alright, we got our little Pokemon Trainer style run. Have you guys heard of Mutable? Mutable allows you to hide the clipping, like such as this, on the legs and the pants or whatever. I'm probably gonna have to set that up at some point. Alright. Is it hard to set up? Because if I can do it in an afternoon, I'm gonna do it. Man, that run is so clean. I love it. Look at that. It's exactly what I'm going for. This animation was a part of the what's it called? Something locomotion set. It's right here. Dynamic locomotion set. That's the run. Plus chooser? What's chooser? Literally never heard of that. I need to delete a bunch of stuff in this. Project. It's learning a new tool, so choose your difficulty level essentially. I haven't played with it. Okay. DT melee weapons. I'll force delete that. I know I'm not supposed to. I know it's bad to force delete stuff, but these are all old files, and I'm gonna rebuild the data table for the weapons anyway. At some point. Just fix up redirectors. Any asset type. Oh, yeah? Hold on. I'm going to Google it because otherwise I'll forget. So let's look up chooser. Chooser plugin. Oh, it's a plugin. Hang on. I just want the plugin. Huh? Execute select operations based on provided data. That's interesting. Yeah, that seems pretty involved. I don't actually see the chooser plugin anywhere. You might have to link me. You can hit me up on Discord if you want. That'd be awesome if you find time. Anyway. Alright, so we made progress. I'm trying to think whether or not I should call it here. I got about 30 minutes until my son gets out of school. So I could do a little something else. But I want it to be something that's going to contribute to my goal of Friday. So obviously I can't build the package yet because I'm going to do it off stream. I could do like an enemy spawner. Or what else do I have? I could look into making adjustments to the player's combo, right? Because, ooh, that's laggy. It's all the textures and stuff. So here's the thing. When you attack the enemy, you actually have... you know what? I can solve this pretty easily. If the enemy's being attacked, make them stand still for a minute. Well, just for this week, right? Because it's a spider that doesn't have any attack animations. Why not? The issue is when you are in the middle of your combo, the enemy can walk away. And so I have a hit stop, and perhaps that would be a good way to force the enemy to be temporarily stunned for that hit. I know that in the future I'd want dynamic dodging and things like that. Oh, thank you. Dynamic asset collection. Is this like data assets or something? Ooh. Instead of data tables, data assets. This looks different though. Alright, I'll read that soon. Shadows. Textures. I'm trying to find the best scalability settings for testing the game. So it doesn't look like garbage, but like... Okay, so that's clearly adding a lot of lag, the global illumination. I think that's where the lighting starts to look like garbage. Yep. You have to choose your poison, essentially. Oof. You know what I should have put some resources towards is the anti-aliasing. That looks so bad. Epic. Textures, epic. Shadows, medium. Sure, let's try that. I should see if I could save groups. Yeah, you know what's weird? I have 64 gigs of RAM. I have an i7. Oh, that looks really good for testing. I mean, that looks okay, right? I just need it to be operable. Can't get enough of that run animation. So I think for the first base release of the game, I'm going to make it to where you can't run around town. I'm going to make it to where you have your room. You can decorate your room. You can like collect plushies and like posters and hang out in your room. And then you can transport into the Advanian world and do stuff there. And then when I release an expansion, it's going to be like, hey, you can now run around the town and explore and talk to people and help solve their problems and everything like that. And that's essentially going to be the rebirth of the hometown hero sort of gameplay as a part of Fayestory. Yeah, and then I'll just go from there and add the academy where you can take classes and then Kairos Corp and all these other things. So, but for now, I think it would be best until I can give a really good experience with the outdoor and really kind of work on it. Because I want you guys to be able to test this and play it periodically. I'm thinking the game will be available pretty much at all times to test and play starting this week, even though there's like nothing to do. And then as I add things leading up to 1.0, I will keep it completely available to play. Maybe at some point, if it becomes playable enough to where I feel like if people got it for free, they won't pay for it when I drop it on Steam, I might have to put it behind like a Patreon subscription or something. But these early days, it's not even worth anyone's time until there's enough to do to where you feel like you're actually playing a game, right? Instead of just running around an environment. Yeah, I'm going to be releasing it on Steam. I guess what I'll do is I'll set up the demo so you guys can just like hop in and just do this, run around, fight some spiders, and then give your feedback in the Discord and tell me how broken and dumb it is. Yeah, you're talking about the demo, right? If not, then let me know, because if there's a separate environment that's not a demo, that's just for testing, that would be even better. It's better than packaging it and putting it on like Google Drive, right? That would be, I think, good. But yeah. Okay. You know what I ought to spend my time on is fixing the get ignore issue so I can push all of my progress. But yeah, these world partitions for the map are not... Yeah, I'll probably do the demo then. I'll look into it. Thank you. This world partition section is like a lot of files. And it's essentially this demo map right here. The problem is I don't want to delete it, but at the same time it's too big to push, and I really don't feel like setting up LFS. I don't even know if it's free. I think it's free. Either A, I get ignore this map and figure out how to do it, and that's probably best done off stream, or I set up LFS and I don't know. I don't know what the best approach is, because I'm not even going to keep this map. I'm going to make my own map, but the other side of the coin, right, is that my maps might eventually become big enough to where you can't push them without LFS. You're kidding me. Let me see. Let me check. Git LFS install one time. Okay. If it's really that simple, I mean, I'll do it. But I tried years ago and it was very difficult, so. Oh. Seriously? It's initialized. Let's see. Tracking U assets, U maps, waves, and PNGs. If it's seriously this easy, I'm gonna be so mad because I've been trying to avoid this for years. Add the Git attributes and commit it, and then we're gonna push, and then I think I'm done. Thank you, ChatGPT. But if it was really just a toggle on the project, it would have been easier. I would have gone that route. I do have GitHub up. If you find the setting or the section for it, let me know. And so now it's committing. I mean, I do wonder how long that's going to take. It didn't actually open anything. Install LFS. Okay, yeah. Yep, the Git attributes. First commit. Okay, so I think I'm on the right track. Thank you. So now it's doing like a commit, right, for the LFS tracking. And then hopefully I'll be able to push that after this. At some point I need to clean up the entire project because it is a hot mess with lots of asset packs and things like that. Even though this is completely a new project, I brought over the assets that I liked from the previous project. So it's still messy, but like clean messy. You know what I mean? Clean messy's a thing. Boy, it would be nice if there were a progress bar for the command prompt. I want a GUI and a CMD. Game dev is always a hot mess. Yes, absolutely, and sadly so. Alright, but we are making good progress, so that's okay. But 5 years later, hopefully it will... oh, it's doing something over here. Check it. It's doing something. Ugh. Is it gonna do anything? I imagine it takes a while because it is literally indexing probably 9,000 of these 9,660 files from that asset pack. Try restarting the GitHub app. Huh. Oy. It would be nice if it reflected in here immediately, which you do in the command prompt, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Two hours ago. You know what? Why don't I go in and look at the Git attributes and see if it's actually updated? Maybe. See? Oh, there it is. I was about to say, see, I told you Notepad doesn't show up, but it sure does. I'm just blind. That's like me going in the fridge and realizing there's no whatever I'm looking for, but there actually is. So if I save this file, it should have shown up here. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no. I'm on a different branch? What is going on? Did it purposely put... Oh, that's concerning. Or maybe it's fine because now it's... No, where are my branches at? So wait, it actually pushed them, maybe? I had a bunch of stuff in here. A bunch of stuff. And now it's not there. Maybe it was already pushed 22 hours ago. But there's no files in the commit. Wait a minute. That's good, right? Because I ignored them. But, like, where's the Git attributes that was supposed to be pushed? This is weird. Let me save all. Yeah, like the map is still here, right? So maybe I should make a change somewhere, anywhere. You know what? Let me make a change on the city pack. And see if it shows up in GitHub. It should not, ideally. It's not showing up in GitHub. So that must mean that it's not tracking it anymore. But you know what's weird? I don't have branches anymore. I used to have a branch thing up here. There's literally no branch selector anymore. Control B is branches list, but there's literally nothing. Fetch the origin when you select. I mean, that's not a branch though. If I fetch the origin it's going to overwrite the work that I just did because I haven't pushed in 22 hours. All the changes I made are gone, even though it's all working in the engine right now. So this is very strange. It's still doing this. I forgot. Oh, for real? I thought fetching was pulling. That's hilarious. Yeah, you're right. That makes sense. It's not like I did a bunch of work anyway. Oy. Yeah. Like, after 5 years. This is something I should probably do off stream. Come on. Let's check over here. Why is there only one? Where are all the files at? Well, that's not nerve-wracking at all. Main? Wait a minute. Oh, so re-indexing gets rid of all my previous branches too? This is bad. Whoa, where's all my stuff? You gotta be kidding me. There it is. No, I didn't think it got rid of stuff. I just... Well, I did, but I thought it got rid of, like, history, not files. Like, the commit history, but it's all here. I thought I had a lot more branches than this, but I'm thinking of Soulstream. Soulstream has a bunch of branches on accident. Anyway. But you know what's weird? I'm used to the code showing the list of files right here. And they're not there. You know what I mean? That's reassuring. But yeah, normally it shows your files right here. That's a good question. Hopefully they show files. I mean, I have the entire project locally. It's not like the project is deleted, but it does make me nervous. Oh wait, I meant to go to here. What's going on? Okay. Okay, yeah, it's all there. But like, that's really weird that it doesn't show it on the main area, so. I think that's a detached head too. On main though, there's nothing in main. I don't think. That is super strange and concerning. Yeah, see, look. Never mind, the readme's there. The files are supposed to show here. But if I go to main, there's no files. It's probably because it's ignoring like everything. I really hate source control. Have I mentioned yet that I hate source control? If not, I'd like to take this moment now to mention how much I loathe source control. Except for when it saves me, right? Then I'm not going to complain. Yeah, this is literally an empty... This is empty. I think I need to go ahead and end the stream so I can work on this, but thank you for all the help and thank you for hanging out. This was a lot of fun, and yeah, I think I'm gonna try to stream again tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow around noon, actually, not the afternoon. But yeah. Got some progress done. So long as my computer doesn't turn to ashes without it being saved to the cloud, we are golden. All right. Well, again, thanks for hanging out, and I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream, and I'll see you tomorrow. So, bye.